Hello everyone and welcome back to the Atelier Nikazuki live stream. I'm just gonna finish getting set up for posting to the Instagram. Gotta post to the gram. Yeah. Today we are prepping for Fibre Shindig, which is just is a show in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and it is going to be on October 26th, which is this Saturday. And then I will also be at the Crochet retreat up in somewhere. I'll get all the details for you in the next week here. And we are 220 days out from Calgary Marathon. Let's see. Let's get tote bags done for Fibre Shindig. So today was supposed to be like a mess of appointments. It actually wasn't too bad because I have a little tiny start of a head cold. So I'm kind of like nursing it so that hopefully it doesn't go full blown for the weekend. We made it like 6 weeks into the school year before I actually ended up with any kind of like head cold. So I am quite impressed. However, it's still annoying that it's like right now because I actually had a massage booked today and I'm like, no, I want my massage. But I messaged my massage therapist because she's officially decided she's done. She's starting her new job on Monday. And so I was like, I'm really sorry. Like I kind of felt it coming on last night, but I was like, oh, it might like just need a good night of sleep and it might not come to anything. But this morning I woke up and I'm like, oh no, I'm actually sick. Not horrendously so, but enough that I'm going to take my rest day from my running program and blah, 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 blah. So anyway, messaged her and I'm like, I'm really sorry to like do this last minute, but it's up to you. I will mask. I did do a COVID test. I'm like, it came back negative. She's like, no, let's rain check. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. As long as you don't mind massaging me after your close date, I'm fine with that too. That's why I left it up to you. Actually works better for me in some ways because it's like then we can work on all of this instead. So, all right. First things first, I actually do have a couple bags that like small box bags that have been on the docket for a little bit. So let's sew those, especially this top one here with the winter pine. Because I had a stocking error and I was supposed to get it out yesterday. I was actually supposed to get it out quite a bit earlier than this, but it's like, September's was just a complete shambles. It's ridiculous how much it threw me for a loop. So, I still haven't decided when we're going to do an Obi tour, but it is going to be very soon because we are going to need to cut into them very soon as well. Also, on another note, very good decision to have not booked a trip to Japan because Dallas was supposed to have like work stuff over this weekend, which is why I wasn't going to go in October. We decided, and I was going to book for November, blah, 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 blah. That whole fallout. Obviously, I haven't booked for anything, so we're good. And then it turns out that got canceled just literally last week. And now it's going to be the same week that I was supposed to actually go to Japan. It's like the original reset date. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this just would have like threw everything into like, yeah. Now, not that I could have anyway, because like realistically, I haven't even like updated my passport or anything like that because I'm going through a legal name change right now. Just to clarify stuff, because like I'm technically Kathleen, but I never use it except for official documents. Half the time I'm Kathleen, half the time I'm Katie, and I'm just like, nope, time to change that first name. Should have done it when I was getting married, but it's a lot more work to actually get the paperwork done for a legal name change versus a married name change, because married name changes do end up happening significantly more than legal name changes. However, I also wanted to make sure I got it done before it got a lot harder to do, because I bet you in the next couple of years it's going to get a lot harder to do. So now is the time. Yes, I think what we're going to do is it actually worked out that I didn't have the appointment then. I had a doctor's appointment this morning to go over the ECG results. That turned out to be exactly what I predicted of the low heart rate. We're going to monitor it basically. If I don't have any symptoms in the next year, we're not going to worry about it. We'll just do another EKG for my physical next year, blah, blah, blah. So that's where that's at. It's good. And then we're going to chill at home today. Do this. Well, not chill. We're going to sew. Honestly, it's going to help my brain. It's going to help my body rest a little bit, because realistically, this is not physically taxing. And then I think I'll go for a nice, gentle walk with the kids tonight. So that'll be good too. That'll be good for, well, either a gentle walk, gentle walk with the kids, probably just around the block, just to get our legs stretched, or at least mine stretched, and then back home, because they will have been at school all day. So their like energy will be at a different location, or at a different level than mine for sure. I really want a nap, but we're not doing that today. Okay. Mark where we want to start and stop the stitch line here. I'm going to scoot this one up a little bit. There we go. That's out. Now we are supposed to work on tote bags, but you know what? Better to get these done first, and then we'll... Not going to take that much time either. We will get it through to the same point as the tote bags probably. No, I should actually just finish them. I don't know why I turned that off instead of doing the next one, but you know. We're going to blame on the fact that I'm tired. I'm tired. I totally cut new cuts of this as well, and then realized that I had like 3 cuts of this fabric scattered throughout the studio, and I'm like, ugh. Actually, no, only one. Sorry, that's a lie, because, yeah, the other one is for a tote bag. Never mind. We're good. Because there's ones in the bins back here that are either Kato or tote bags. gonna have to go in and measure them, because I'm, like, looking at them like, are they Kato or are they tote bags? I cannot tell. They're very similar height cuts, so that's why the confusion. Also, if you're like, why does it take you so little time to sew one bag at a time? Well, because it's one bag at a time. Okay, this is the other one. I am only going to finish this one today. Or right now, at least. We'll finish the other one later. I need my pokey sticks. For the turning of this. Ooh, that one turned nice and smooth. What the heck? That was one of the least problematic, like, turnings I've had. Excellent. And there's a little kitty cat right on top there. Perfect. It's going to look really good. Should I make another one of these for a shindig? 100%. Am I? No, we're going to focus on tote bags. So if you're getting all excited, I am sorry. But if you do like this fabric and you're like, oh my God, I need it. Well, just know you know where to find me now. All right, we are not going to put this under the iron, because that is one of the things that does speed this process up, is not having to iron it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to relax everything down, and then I'm going to do a finger press fold here, and then we still know where we need to fold it to make sure that it's in half. When we go to match up the zipper and everything like that, this is going to get top stitched. I think we're actually at the point where everything needs to be top stitched anyway, although we're not going to. I'm going to finish this bag first because it needs to get shipped today. I can't chain piece this, that's right. Okay. I was like, wait, I can chain piece this. No, I can't, because we got to do the hop, skip, and jump. Oh, there's actually 2 cats on the top here. There's a little laying down one, and there's the little walkie one. Awesome. So this is actually for an order that ordered a bag that I was out of stock on, and I did not have more of the fabric. So she has been extremely patient after my whole, I don't have this in stock anymore. And I am very, like, eternally grateful for that as well, because, like I said, I don't know what it was, but September definitely put everything into shambles. Okay, we're going to put this over on the other side so that I'm, like, not talking through a barrier of fabric. If you notice an increase in volume, that's because I just switched which side the lav mic is on, and now it is actually facing my mouth instead of away from my mouth. And then we can chain piece this by leaving that foot down, flipping this way, and then just picking it up where the fold is. There we go, like that. Oh, and we just ran out of thread. Okay, hopefully that finished the top stitching. Oh, just barely. Good, excellent. The next round is all dark top stitching, so we're going to throw the next black thread bobbin in. Move the cat tree around so that it's like right in the middle of the room now. Well, okay, it's right in the middle of the window. It's not in the middle of the room. It's still like back against the back that way. Hoping that the cats like it there because they're able to get like a better view outside. Also splits the kids' desks up a little bit so that hopefully they're not being quite as much of pests to each other. I know that's probably a losing battle, but you know, hopes and wishes and dreams. So. If you're joining me and you're like, why are we sewing a small box bag? Because I have a delayed order. That's why. Because I had stock issues. And I was supposed to have this out a while ago and it just has not happened. So today is the day. This is the Black Cat patchwork in Winter Pine because it's got like a really nice browns and sage greens and it just reminds, and like dark kind of brown blue, all of that, which is really nice. Go. Now we will get the pull tabs ready and then we will go in, and don't worry, the next thing that we're working on is tote bags, but I gotta get this done like I said. So okay, I need my that needs to come down. I need my pinking shears because we need the A, we need to trim the tag, and B, we need to cut this real tight. Yeah, stay. Okay, where did my pinking shears disappear to? Haha, they're underneath everything. Okay. Because why would they be on top, obviously? Okay. So if you're in Canada, I hope you had a fantastic Thanksgiving. Of course, we had the long weekend. Monday, it was really good. Dallas did an ultra trail run on Sunday as a relay, and we have changed all of the plans for next year. So if you've been following along, you know that I've been run training, and the plan was to actually go run Victoria Marathon next year and try and get my time sub 6, because if I'm running Kyoto in 2026, I have to be sub 6 for Kyoto. We recently changed those plans that I was going to run Calgary Marathon, which is why it's on the countdown now. I'm 220 days to Calgary Marathon. Oh my God. Because Dallas just signed us up today. And all that jazz. Yay. Am I terrified? 100%. But I don't think you shouldn't be scared of marathons either, because they are terrifying. They are a beast no matter how you run them. Anyway. And then we were discussing that we'd go out and do the Victoria half marathon in October. And then I went, well, if I only need to run a half marathon, it's not like I have to go to Victoria. Let's save that money, A. And B, like, just, I don't need to be in Victoria. So I found another half in Red Deer, actually, a Halloween half. It's got a really cool medal. It is very inexpensive, which is always a nice thing. Because signing up for races is not cheap, yo. Or, well, it can be, but it typically is not, especially once you start doing the bigger events and stuff like that. And, yeah, so the plan now is that I'll do part of what the shift in it that I'm no longer doing Victoria full is because I went, oh, shit. I wanted 2 marathon training cycles before going to Kyoto, and if I get accepted, blah, blah, blah. I think they went to lottery this year, so I may or may not even get in. Fingers crossed I do. But basically I want 2 training cycles because I'm pretty sure I'm sub 6 now, but that'll basically guarantee I'm sub 6. My goal for Calgary is like 5:30, so because that's the last pacer, and I think I'm on track to do that, especially after another training cycle. But yeah, Dallas just signed us up for Calgary Marathon. I'm going to run the Red Deer half instead of the Victoria half, because I was like, well, it's cheaper, it's closer, we don't have to like drive out to Victoria. And I just needed something on this end of the year, because it's like, that is right at the beginning of the marathon season training cycle for Kyoto. And it'll give me a good idea about what I want out of the training cycle that I do for Kyoto, or if I'm mostly set up and good to go. I'll also try to get a sub 2.5 hour or 2.5 hour sub 2.5 hour half there, in part because that indicates that I will be getting a 5-ish hour marathon, and in part because that gives me proof time for Disney. So yeah, we're loaded in for Calgary Marathon, which is intense. The main reasons for not doing Calgary were that A, it can be boring, but boring can be good too, because I think it's pretty flat, and like the other thing being that I didn't want to train for a marathon during the kids' like full school year, because they do tend to get sick a lot, which could still be the case. So we're going to see what ends up happening here. Who knows? Given that I have the first head cold of the season, who knows? Anyway, we're still in the like, what is supposed to be like cross training, like full on cross training, and building my zone 2 base, everything like that. Today is a day off because of the head cold. I am babying it. Fingers crossed that it doesn't get worse, and especially because I've got 2 longer runs. It's like do an hour long run tomorrow, and then I'm supposed to do an hour and 15 run on Friday, and I'm like, how is an hour long run a base run, and then the long run is like only an hour and 15 minutes? It's just like, that is, at least make them like 45 minutes and like an hour and 15. For whatever reason in my head, that is like more worthy of calling it a base run and a long run. Because in part of why I wanted to do this off season is so that I had like shorter runs, but whatever. That's just cat probleming, something that really doesn't matter. So, and then I told Dallas, I'm like, okay, so you're gonna get in before me because he's going for a 3:30, so he'll be in hopefully about 2.5 hours or 2 hours before me. I'm like, yeah, you're gonna get in before me, and then you are going to hold down a spot in the beer gardens as long as it's nice weather. So, here's hoping. Now, if I can get a sub 5.5, that would be amazing. But that is the goal, is 5.5. And I did do a tempo run yesterday that put me at the pace that I would need to be. And it was, and then I went above the pace, like closer to the pace that I would need to have a 5-hour marathon. So basically it was like 7.5 minutes and then 7 minutes per kilometer. And the 7.5 minutes was far more approachable than after the 7.5 minutes was. So that's pretty cool. And I was able to run the whole thing, which, barring child interruptions, because there always seems to be child interruptions. Okay, let's get this done. I'm just gonna make sure that's not like, yeah, I just told Dallas, I'm like, you better be a fucking good medal this year. Because I run for beer and bling. No, he's just chatting about the fact that the registration opens. I also got my hotel booked for Knit City, Best Western in Burnaby, which is exciting. One of my friends has already volunteered that she's going to come out, so we'll see what happens there. And then, yeah, just kind of, I guess, keep the shenanigans a little bit tighter next year so that we can fully enjoy our experience in Japan with the kids. Although I'm like back and forth about it right now because I'm like, the kids have been pushing the buttons, both of each other, of me, of Dallas, just everyone, anyone and everyone. And it's just like, oh, are we like, is this actually a smart idea? I still stand by the fact that I think it is, but my goodness. Been a couple days where it's like, really? Is this good? I don't know. It's gonna be very different, that's for sure. All right, so we're just wrapping up on a basically a custom order because I misstocked some inventory and it got purchased, and I was like, I don't have any more of that color left, else I would have just made that bag. And so we're just finally getting this wrapped up for my customer. I'll get it packed and shipped today as well. It's gonna be super cute. And then we're gonna move on to the tote bags, which need their top stitching done is the next step, I think, for a lot of them. I think a lot of them actually do need the other side of their zipper installed, especially for the ones that like have the closed zippers. So maybe we probably should do that first. We'll do that first. If you're new to the stream, my name is Katie. I work with Japanese fabrics that I hand select in Kyoto and Tokyo. So I go over and I purchase them. And then I come back and I make all the bags in my studio in Cochrane, Alberta, which is about halfway between Calgary and Banff. Right, nestled right in those foothills. Makes training for running with the elevation changes here, kind of brutal. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I was actually looking at the profile of Red Deer, because so I'll go do that Halloween run, and the profile of it was like, well, okay, the description of it was flat. I'm like, yes, please. I'm like, perfect, that's what I want. And then I just gotta decide what lengths I want to do for the rest of the races, because I'll do road race in July. That's one of my favorite events for Stampede, and then there'll be couple others as well. I'm going to do the 4K at the zoo, but I'm going to do that with my eldest because I think they'll be able to run it and they'll have a lot of fun. The kids did do a like 300-meter dash on Sunday. Both really enjoyed that too, which was awesome. And yeah. The only thing I did tell Dallas, I'm like, we cannot do Thanksgiving dinner after your race again, especially if you're doing 50K. Because of course we had Thanksgiving dinner on Sunday because my niece was home from university for break, well, the long weekend, and of course driving back on Monday. So that was like the one riot act I read Dallas. I'm like, we are not doing Thanksgiving on the Sunday if you're doing 50K. Sorry. Yeah, and he totally agreed, so that was good at least. All right, just about done this one. Okay, my time estimates are pretty spot on for these still. That's good. I usually estimate the time for these to be about 30 minutes. Now, that does not take into account cutting or applying the interfacing, so obviously adding a little bit of wiggle room in for the hat. I forgot to open the zipper. But yeah, the sewing portion of it is about 30 minutes. And like give or take a little bit, having to look for the scissors and all that nonsense as well. Okay. Well, if I don't get any tote bags done today, just know that I did get a small box bag done, which is also an accomplishment. Super cute. I really like it. I really like that nice warm brown zipper in there. Again, it's the colorway of this one is called Winter Pine because it looks like trees, like winter pines in wintertime to me. All that fancy jazz. Okay, I'm going to trim down some of these thread ends because they are apparently wanting to get all over the frickin' place. And then we're going to go in, and we're going to fold it, and we're going to fold it, and then we're going to put it down. And we're going to seal it off, right like this. And there is a bag, hot off the press. I was going to do this last night. And then I totally forgot. It took a really, so we went to the zoo yesterday, which was really good. The kids did really good. We went for ramen afterwards. Mostly because I was like, I want to do this and I want to do a hunker down until Christmas, which means like try not to go out for food, like limit spending, etc. and alcohol. And then, but then my youngest actually had a nap on the way home. And yeah, yay. Anyway, here's the bag. So yeah, but so they didn't go to bed until late, and then I was tired because obviously I was getting sick and just 101 excuses, right? 1001 excuses, stories, blah, 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 blah. So, okay, I'm just gonna textiles back. Okay, so now we get to go in and do the and clipping for the other side of these bags. Did I? Oh no, I put them back here because I was like, I still have pins left to pull. Okay, so now, if you've been following along, all of the ones that have like an open zipper have already had their zippers fully clipped in and mostly sewn, I hope. But these guys that have like, not that, still need to have their other side of their zipper installed. So actually we need to flip this pile because all of these are underneath. The majority of these, oh no, okay, what's that going on there? Oh, because they're light, okay. So like this one needs to have its stuff clipped in. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go through the pile and like get them as I go here, I guess. Okay. So now it is timelier typically to actually do these as like before we sew. So that's what we're going to do. I just got to dig a little bit further into this pile here and snag the ones that underneath all the like light colored stitching ones that we're going to do. Basically they're divided up into like a pile of, we are going to dark top stitch them basically, and these are going to be light top stitched. So here we are, the start of the dark top stitching pile. So we will go in and we will clip and pin all of these. There's definitely a zipper for that other bag. Okay, so the goal today is to get the rest of these zippers installed, and then zippers installed and something, and then Friday we'll finish everything up, I think. Okay, so now typically what I do is I go in and I actually pin this so that it holds everything nice and tight on the back. Usually this is also a fold over job, but because we're doing the canvas bottoms, these pieces are already cut in half, so it makes it easier to like, it actually does make it significantly easier to sew them together. In future too, I'm also going to cut the interiors in half. I did not do that this round and I regret it significantly. Okay, now what we do is we take the other webbing and we're going to plop it right here. And then we're just going to line it up basically. Now realistically, the only thing that I need to clip here is the webbing. I find that clipping zippers just gives me a headache in the actual sewing portion. So there we go. Let's make sure these are more or less the same length, which it feels like they are. And this goes over top. And then what we'll do is we'll align that with the zipper. And then it's all basically held together by hand and a prayer. As most things are when I sew, so you know. Okay, get that under. Oh, I was supposed to do all of these. Whatever. I don't want to do more prep work. I just want to sew today. I guess if I just wanted to sew today, I should be doing the ones that like are already ready to go for top stitching, but whatever, we'll do these. Go. So what we did there is I basically aligned these both so that they're at the same distance apart on both sides of the bag. That is what I'm most concerned about, outside of it actually being the correct height as well. But yeah. Check it. I should actually, it feels like these should be pinned as well, so we'll do that instead next time. I hate having to use pins for sewing. I find that I always make myself bleed with them. That just seems like the nature of sewing with pins, but you know, I can deal with it when it's like super useful, like this. Annoying, but useful. Oh my goodness. Oh, crunchy. Still seeing my physio for that like upper body like spasm, and yeah, we're still working on it. But you know, you gotta do, right? But yeah, crunch, crunch, crunch. I am ready for a nap. One of the things I'm supposed to watch for, my doctor was like, this is like fatigue, and I'm like, what kind of fatigue? Because like with 2 little kids, I am always tired. And so she's like, well, if you can't go up the stairs without getting like it'll be the fatigue will be very obvious. It's not necessarily like sleep related. It's more like, I can't go up the stairs without getting winded, that sort of thing. So although it is interesting, because now I'm like, I was like, I don't have shortness of breath and stuff like that as far as I know. But right now it's like, is that why I sound like I'm like, is that why I'm like sounding like I'm pregnant again, maybe? Okay. We're going to check my blood oxygen right now, and then we'll go in and do the rest of these. It's looking good from like 3 hours ago, so that's nice. And I know these things are not perfect, but nope, 99%. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it then. Half the time it's like not necessarily the fact that it's like it's like mitigating the concerns about it, that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna use a second pin on these because I'm going to find that easier, I think. Yeah, so anyway, Dallas is going to challenge this 50K solo next year. He was just chatting about the fact that the sign up is November 1st. And I'm just like, all right, all the power to you. Hopefully we can drop the kids. Well, I guess maybe the kids will probably come do the kids race again. And then while I'm in Vancouver, there's a big race out in Banff. So he's going to sign up for that one too, which will be good because I'll give him something to do while I'm away. Yeah, because he's going to stay home because our eldest will be starting kindergarten. And I don't want them to miss we're going to pull them out for Japan anyway. So that's already going to be about 6 classes missed. And then on top of it, it's like, well, if we do it that way, no, I prefer them to miss school for Japan than I prefer them to miss school for Knit City, is basically what it is. Especially right at the beginning of the year in September. I'm like, nah, that's now this isn't like grade school, it's kindergarten, but still. Don't want them to miss the like settling in of like routines and any like screening or anything that we're doing at the beginning of the year, all that jazz. So it's like all the speech therapies and OT and PT and all those screenings all happen at the beginning of the year as well. And given that that's the main reason I want them in kindergarten and preschool is to like get these early education supports, pulling them out for Knit City just doesn't make sense. Now, if I couldn't get help to go out there, nope, that's the difference. But I have people that will come with me, so. All right, let's do the next stray cat, if it's at the top of the pile here, or I can find it easily, which apparently may not be as easily as I thought. Okay, there's the wreath cats. I can get the wreath cats easier probably. Excuse me. Lunch is not sitting with me as well as I anticipated. Chili and toast. And cats were all excited because they're like, oh, you're opening up a food can for us. And I'm like, no, it's a food can for me. Go away. You're on a special diet right now. Okay. There's all 3 of the wreath cats, and I'm pretty sure I can reach the 2 wreath cats. Okay, let's just flip this pile because honestly, it's all under here anyway. stray cat is later. So we'll put that. So we'll just put it there, but at least it's only one on top instead of multiples on top, and then we will do these guys this way. Okay, so there's one wreath cats. What I'm going to do is we're taking the pins out and I'm repinning it so that this is all through the interior as well, so that it doesn't get as caught, or is less likely to get caught into the zipper while I'm sewing it, in theory. Okay, there we go. 40 minutes in, we have a small box bag done and 2 zippers fully installed. That's pretty awesome, to be honest. Okay, I do not need the navy right now. I need the brown, and then I need this one right here. Okay. Pins need to be a bit closer. We'll pin this one, and then I'm going to do the stretches that were recommended. I need to do some more strengthening for my shoulders because it's actually the muscles that are like weak. That's why they're getting sore. Because of course these are like repetitive stress injuries, which sucks. And so it's just like, okay, we need to I need to have the stretches, and I need to be better about actually doing it, but I also need to be better about actually doing the physio exercises too. Because why else am I seeing a physio? It's like, what's the 5% left? And I'm like, strength. And I know it is because I'm not doing the exercises. But because he was like, how's it doing? And I'm like, we're at 95%, I think. So like a little bit more support from him, more support from me, and then we should be good. So I hope. Okay. Man, as much of a pain in the butt as the zipper tape is to install into the other ones was kind of, these are actually way worse. I like being able to pin everything at the beginning instead of having to do it midway through, to be honest. As much as I was moaning and cat probleming it the other day, wasn't I? This is far more work in some ways. Because right now, my brain is like, okay, we're going into top stitching. It's like, no, not yet. Request denied. We're still working on installing zippers. My dude. Okay, I do think that wandered a little bit too far off at the beginning here, so I'm going to just put another row of stitches in here because I'm pretty sure that waver right there did not catch that zipper. Yeah, no, I did not. Oh, you know you've messed up. When? Okay, there. That looks like it is back on track now. There we go. Okay. 2 lines of stitches. We're not tearing out that first one because, hi, that is a surefire way to Crazy Town today. All right. And then this is getting stitched together at the bottom, so that's what will take up some of that like excess seam allowance there. Next wreath one is the light, like dusty aqua, satined aqua. Okay, so first things, ow, that wasn't even poking the pin towards me. That was just casually moving stuff around. By the way, I think so we do know this. Monday, Wednesday, Friday are this is kids' school. Most of our stat holidays are either Friday or Monday, or a bad combo of the two. Because you get PD days before. And because we are a preschool with care, we end up on the same school schedule as everyone else. Anyway, cat problems with childcare, but it's annoying a little bit. Anyway, it seems like all of the I guess stats though do shift around. So it's like if a stat was on Saturday or something, it would still be closed on Monday. But like Truth and Reconciliation Day was on a Monday, and then Thanksgiving, of course, is a Monday, so they were out 2 sets in a row for Dallas being home. And now they're going to be out again for Remembrance Day on November 11th, and it's just like, all right, okay. I'm actually looking, so we're shifting their, as long as my eldest gets into kindergarten next year, we're going to shift their days that they're at this preschool and daycare, preschool with care. And it'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we will avoid most of the long weekends, and I'm extremely excited for this. So, it's still really tempting to put them in full time next year, like still Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then have both of them attend something on the Tuesday, Thursday. Just for my, like, who knows how next year's going to go for work. It's going to be an interesting adjustment period for grade 1 because it's like the eldest will be home for schooling because we're going to homeschool, or at least attempt to homeschool. That does not mean we are necessarily going to stick with it, but we're going to start there. At least. And then, yeah, like the whole adjustment of like, because they don't need to be educating 8 hours a day, but I need to be working a significant chunk of time. So I'm like, what am I going to do? I guess that'd be a lot more like evening sewing or something like that. And like this is a unique problem because Dallas isn't home so much either. But whatever, I'll figure it out. We'll get it sorted. Because that's even the thing about this preschool is that, like, so they've got morning and afternoon classes. They got nice, generous breaks in between each class. I know with how spectacular the weather is right now that they're getting outside a lot. Yeah. So that's good too. Okay, I don't know how many we have left, but we're getting through them. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh God, okay, there's actually like nearly a half of what we were sewing is closed-end zippers. Alrighty. Third, half, whatever. Third, because we got about 40 bags, so. But, or not, yeah, third? Yeah, third. Third is closest. I was thinking 14 of 42 because that's like 3 times, but I guess, yeah. Even 13 times 3 is 39. So both of those are, a third is a correct estimate. Closest number, I guess. Okay, whatever, it doesn't matter. What matters is just one foot ahead of the other, getting these sewn in. Because my goodness, we need tote bags. And yes, like I said, I normally would do these all at once. I could still do this all at once, but I really don't feel like it. I don't know why I'm putting another pin in there. We're just going to do that with the... It's already been done, right? Yeah, it's already been done. Oi, oi, oi. Brains, brains, brains. Apparently, I should have gotten more coffee today before I came downstairs and sewed. I promised I did a full frickin' like French press before I came downstairs, but I don't think you can tell. I can't, that's for sure. Guess I know what I'm doing when I go back upstairs here soon. Also, I think our conversion to back to French press is complete. The one-shot like push button coffee machine made a lot of sense when the kids were like itty bitties, I think, is part of it. But now we have time and like space to be able to do A, hot coffee typically, and B, make a French press in the morning. So I haven't touched our like push button coffee machine since we got the new press. And when I talk new press, I'm like, we got like a 12 cup like Bodum press. In part, I really like Bodum because they typically have replacement parts for their French presses. And in part because they had an amazing sale on right when we were discussing the fact that we kind of wanted to switch back to a French press. Yeah, I think the conversion is now complete, to be honest. And we probably can get rid of the coffee machine from our counter. So it's not taking up so much room. Although it is tempting to bring it down here because then I could have a push button coffee machine down here. But the other uptick of this is I think we're actually drinking less coffee. Because we did not go through as much coffee in this last week as we normally do, which is really nice actually. So that, like, not that that was the intention, but if we're not spending as much on coffee, it's like nice and just more eco-conscious without really, like, no big change outside of we need to make a French press. And now granted, there'll be days where we end up making two, but I think we're actually using less coffee based on a very non-scientifically proven look in my coffee bag this morning and be like, oh, I don't think we used as much coffee this week. Okay, I totally flipped that pile again, so let's flip this pile again, and then we should be good to go with the ones that we go with next. Hopefully, maybe, I don't know. We'll find out here in a second. Who's next? Not the light ones. Oh my goodness, you guys need to get yours. We're still sewing in. Actually, the ones that need light top stitching are probably just a lost cause for this weekend. Mostly so I can just get stuff done. I'm not going to worry about it too much either direction. If I get them done, awesome. If I don't get them done, yeah, whatever. It's not a big deal. But at this point, like I said, all I want to be doing is top stitching, and I'm not top stitching, and it's annoying. I want to be top stitching. That's the next step, please. Thank you. Please just let me top stitch. Yeah, I just messaged Allison. I'm like, so it's a good... So... back in April, I was like, okay, I got jelly plans that I want to go back to Japan in October, because I was like, I probably need a restock on obi and kimono. I still need a restock on obi and kimono. Looked at the prices. If you've been following for a while, you know I've been griping about this all summer. Anyway, I looked at the prices in October. I'm like, that looks like a really good price. The hotel across from like Norma Taylor is $85 a night or something ridiculously cheap. Perfect. Awesome. This is like the Monday before he goes back to work, as we're driving home from Dawson. He gets up to work and is like, okay, so you're going to have to shift it because we're going to have this practice audit in October. I'm like, okay. And then that whole like fallout of that, and that hotel prices in Kyoto triple because it's Momiji season, blah, 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 blah. And then just this week, the audit that was supposed to be happening next week, which was the original weekend that I looked at, got canceled and moved to when I would have been looking at going in November. So just like good, like obviously was not meant to be anyway, because I didn't book it, but also like thank fuck I didn't book it, because can you imagine? I would have been scrambling this week. Like, what do I do? Also gave me a chance to like, I am going through that like name change and everything like that to get, so my passport expires in December. With the name change, I'm going to have to apply for a new one anyway, MBD. But yeah, I did not renew my current passport, which means that I had the time to do the name change forms right now too. I gotta figure out if change my name means I need to change my name on the kids' birth certificates or not. I don't I feel like because they use my maiden name as well, I won't, but I won't need to, but it'll be interesting to find out. All right, another cat, a little whiskey black cats. Totally just yanked my mic cables. Hopefully that didn't do any damage. It's still working. Oh, okay. This one out first. Oh, right, I was going to stretch. Okay, if you've been watching me, we are going to stretch. What we're going to do is we are going to put our hand behind our back, so kind of in the middle of the back if you can, and drop right ear over right shoulder. Oh my goodness, is that tight today? Both my right shoulder and my left shoulder. And we're going to hold for about 30 seconds. This is going to be just over 30 seconds. I'm going to actually watch on the clock today. Oh man, yeah. Try to make sure your like spine is kind of like aligned before you tilt over. Got 10 more seconds, less than 10. And we're gonna swap sides and do it on the other side. Okay, hand into low back. Stretch. Oh yeah, this right side is really tight too now. Damn it. Prefer if it wasn't so tight. The next one we're going to do is we're going to put our hand on the back of our head and just put the like weight of the hand basically on the neck, and we'll tilt our head forward. We still got about 15 seconds here. Yeah, so just take your hand. I'm taking my right hand because the affected shoulder is my left one. I'm gonna put it, I've got a really high ponytail, so I'm just gonna put it around my ponytail. We're just gonna, basically the hand puts weight on the neck, which helps like pull everything down. Seems very counter because it's like everything I'm doing, like the reason that this is spasming is because my head is like in this position so much. But he's the expert, not me. I don't even know how long we've been in this, but we'll wait another like 15 seconds probably. And I'm going to do a couple shoulder rolls and a couple shoulder shrugs because high, it is still really tight. Okay, shoulder roll, back, oh yeah, crunchy. If you just joined, I'm just stretching out because it's like my shoulder is actually quite bothered today and I don't quite know why, but all right. And then so we did like the side to sides, hand in the middle of the back, head tilt forward, and I'm just doing some rolls because, oh my goodness, everything's like popping in this left shoulder. My left shoulder has always been the problem child. Of my left side is the problem child. Eyeball, legs when I've had leg injuries. Although I guess the right hand side is what tightened up. Like pelvic floor wise, yay. And I broke my ankle on the right side. So that actually is not surprising then that maybe the pelvic floor is also a little bit like meh, 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 angry on that side, I guess. Breaking your ankle is not very kind to your whole body. It's kind of one of those support system items that if it fails, you're kind of effed all over. Anyway. Left shoulder is angry today, though, so you will be stopping for a little bit more stretching than normal. I think he said it's supposed to be like every 15 to 20 minutes. I'm like, I don't even notice 15 to 20 minutes going by, but okay. What I should probably do is snag a timer and put an alarm on my phone or something like that. I don't know. All right, so right now what we're doing is we're going in and we are sewing the second side of the closed end zippers into the bags. Just did a count. I had 14. This is probably number 13 left to do this on. Typically, I do go in and clip or pin everything at once, but my brain was not working that way today. So here we are. We're just going to do them individually and sew them in. I think it's mostly because I want to be sewing instead of prepping, and so This kind of gets me the best of both worlds. I'm just matching everything up so that it's even. Even on the bag as well, which is the most important part, and even in length, so we don't have like massive length differences between the two handles. Yeah. And if I sound like I need to go for a nap, it's because I really do want to go for a nap. Actually, I might go for a nap anyway because I am ever so slightly sick. And a nap would probably do me a world of good. I had a good sleep last night, but, well, okay, I had as good sleep as I could with 2 children in the bed last night. And actually, I think we're at the point where I should open up the windows because some fresh air in here would be really nice. So we'll sew this bag, and then I will do exactly that, which is go and open my windows. So I get some fresh air in here. Take advantage of the nice weather. If we gotta deal with climate change as it is, may as well take advantage while we can. What did I get? Alright, one moment. I'm not even going to mute the mic. I'm just going to unclip here and put you on the sewing machine. There you go. Adelia, what's up? Yes, I know. Look. What's up, kitty cat? Meow, 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 meow. All right, windows are open. Delia has received percussive maintenance, i.e. some side tap tap taps. And I have open windows, which is spectacular. Next one is Capybara Sensei, or Professor Capybara. Just joining, we're working on getting handles and zippers installed on the bags that are closed-end zippers because I'm unable to sew them both sides of the zipper at the same time. Probably could figure it out, but it would be such a shit show, really, just pitting everything together. That's just not worth it. So right now we are doing it the old way. I've done it for well over a decade now, which is insane. But I am realizing, as much as a pain in the butt as the zipper tape can be, it is a lot nicer for this sort of installation. So I'm just gonna go in. Basically what we're doing is I'm just pinning the webbing on because that is the easiest thing to do. And then I go in and lay the actual other side of the bag on top. It's no big deal, actually. Then it gets held in place by hand because clips and pins for zippers drive me mental. They are actually what will send me around the bend before my children. Now I am pinning it here because you have to hold it in place somehow, rather than just a wish and a prayer. But yeah. And again, if you are a new sewist or you're a sewist who prefers to use pins, do you? This is what's worked for me, especially in production. zip. Cat heads. Whew. I don't even know what to talk about right now. It's like, yeah, brain's up and left apparently. It's like, see you later, maybe. Maybe I'm also in the communal brain cell pool right now, along with the cat, and we're just waiting for them to bounce back. Let's go with that. This is also just tedious work right now. Repetitive. That's why it's tedious. Not that I'm not interested in doing it. Well, not interested in the pinning and the clipping and the stuff. I'm interested in the sewing right now. But, yeah, it's like, I just want to move on and get these done. I've discussed this before, but I am very much a product person, whether I'm knitting, sewing, etc. I want the end thing. I don't mind the process in the middle, but that's not why I'm here. I will do the process to get the product, but I much prefer having the product. Same as knitting. There's a lot of discussion around like if you're a product or process knitter. And yeah, so I'm definitely a process maker, sewist, knitter, etc. I like having the end thing. I like knowing that I made the thing too, right? Like there's that as well. But for better or for worse, I'm like having the thing at the end more than anything else. Okay. Definitely. I was going to be like, we're definitely down under the double digits now, but actually, I don't know. We might not be. We're very, very close if we're not, though. So, okay. Really annoyed that I got sick right now because honestly I was feeling really good about my runs. My tempo run did really well yesterday, blah 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 blah, and then today it's like crash and burn. No running for you. Well, okay, but it is a rest day at least. So that's one thing. But I was gonna go to the gym and do like, well, first I was gonna go swimming right after my doctor's appointment, and then I woke up feeling so crappy this morning. I was like, nope. And then I was like, okay, well, I'll go to the gym, and then I was like, nope, don't do that. Don't go get other people. Like I was supposed to go swimming, gym, massage, and then sew at some point today. But I was like, no, we're not going to go get other people sick, even if it is just a head cold. I did do a COVID test. I was negative. Plus, I need to nurse this so that hopefully it doesn't carry over into the weekend because I've got a show. It's like, ugh. Of all the most inconvenient timings, this would be top of the list. Right after like breaking my ankle 4 days before Knit City Mini in 2021. That was also extremely inconvenient. That definitely tops the list. And not given the fact of like also the whole pandemic, right, as like babies are being born and stuff like that. We're gonna ignore those ones. So, alrighty, I am missing a piece of navy webbing. Surprise. Fuck. Why do I have oh my goodness, am I tired? That's like the sucky part of this one is it's like not just physical tired, but it's also mental tired right now. And that's the one that I always hate. Okay, so I've got one for this one, but we've got another right there that also needs a navy. Actually, I've got 2 more that need navy. I haven't actually even seen that floral. Oh, okay, it's right there. Okay, so that's black for sure. Okay, I need 2 pieces of navy. Interesting. I bet you that they're in the cutting room. One moment. Nope, 4 right here. Or, right on the table behind me, because I was like, oh, I've got extra pieces. Let me make sure that these are comparable. Ooh, those are 2 very different lengths. Yeah, make sure that these are comparable. No, they're not. Okay, so those 2 are. Okay, there's actually like 4 pieces back there. All right. Yes, I could trim down the one piece is like too long, so we could always trim that down, but still like, whoa. Okay, so there's a longer piece as well. That will put, actually, yeah, I want to be better for this weekend because there's also the all-you-can-eat takoyaki and okonomiyaki day with the Calgary Japanese Association, and I'm like, I want to take the kids to that, so here's hoping I feel better by the weekend. Okay, so there's 3 more pieces, 3 more bags with navy. 1, 2, and then I'll put that into the communal pile because it'll be down there when I need it. Guess I should clip back into my mic. Guess I should clip back into my mic. Oh, that one didn't go through. Okay. Shimmy this down a little bit. Go. Now. No, come on. Dun dun. Oh, that's a completely destroyed pin. Okay. That one will definitely be going in the pin bin here in a minute. It's like bent nearly 90 degrees. It's only 1 o'clock. Not even 1 o'clock yet. That's pretty awesome. It was like, it feels like 2, but I guess that's like maybe the cast of the light and everything like that, because like it is actually 2 p.m., 3 p.m. light. That's probably where we're at. Just also kind of throwing me off because it's like it's so dark at night and so dark in the morning now. It's just like, oh, I don't want to be out of bed. Does it make it a little bit easier to get the kids to bed? Yes and no. It's like, oh, No, I would actually argue no, it's not easier right now. It's insane because it's like we even when we go and burn out a crap ton of energy, they're still just like going for it sometimes. It's like, holy crap, it's like 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. How are you not tired? All right, the other sheebs. Including this one, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 more. Ha ha ha. Okay, including this current one. So we're almost halfway through from the last count, which is pretty awesome. Oh. No. Now, the nice thing after this is that it's going to be super easy to go in and do a chain piece for the top stitching. So that'll be good. That'll be the next step too, actually. And then we'll go in and stitch the bottoms together for all of the exteriors at least. And any interiors that need them as well. And then it'll just be side seams and wedging. So the one nice thing about tote bags is that they do come together extremely fast after you get the zippers in. Sakura, 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 sakura. Not 100% sure why I'm stitching this with black, because we're definitely going to do a white top stitching, but whatever. I'm not really going to question my thought process right now. We're just going to do. I'll finish installing the zipper, and then this one will go into the top stitch pile when we have white thread. Like I said, I have a sneaking suspicion I might just bounce on the ones that need white top stitching or white stitching, because then what I can do is I can go in and finish some of those reversible drawstring bags instead. Actually, if that's the case, then let's not even worry about getting these going for the second side right now. That makes sense. Okay. Polar bear is like literally right on top, so we'll just grab it next, because why not? Boom, 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 boom. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Don't know. Doesn't matter. Alrighty. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Was Inspector Gadget a Canadian show, or was it like, when I look at the credits for it when it used to come on, it was like a lot of Japanese people. So is it just that was the show actually Japanese? An anime and I didn't know it, or was it a case of like there was just a lot of Japanese on the animation staff? Most random thought to wander across my brain today, apparently. But you know, why would the theme song suddenly wander across my brain either? I know that there's the Matthew Broderick films; those do not count. Those were so bad. I even remember as a kid being like, oh, I'm really disappointed in this. I think I got it as an Easter or Christmas gift or something like that. And I was like, oh. I know I'm supposed to be sewing, but I gotta look this up now. Doodly-doot, doodly-doot, doodly-doot. Where was Inspector Gadget animation made? Oh, okay, it was outsourced. Interesting. Inspector Gadget is an animated superhero science fiction comedy. Yeah, okay. Co-created by Andy Hayward. Recognize that name. Why do I recognize that name? Okay, maybe not. Gene Shalopin and Bruno Bianchi, and was originally syndicated by Deke Audiovisual and Lexington Broadcast Services Company. Huh. 86 episodes. Wow. Executive producer was, one of them was Japanese. Yeah, so it was, and then Nelvana was also one of the other ones, which, as we all know, Deke was also like super into trying to get kids indications, like shows right then. So the series stars the voice of Don Adams as the titular character, and it first premiered on December 4th, 1982 as an exclusive pilot. It is the first cartoon show to be syndicated by Deke, who specifically created the series to help expand into the North American market. Oh. In the first animated series to be presented in stereo, the program originally ran from 1983 to 85, broadcasting 86 episodes over 2 seasons. Okay. So, and blah, 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 blah. Since 2012, the rights to Inspector Gadget have been owned by DHX Media through its in-name-only unit, Cookie Jar Entertainment. Cookie Jar had purchased Deke, oh interesting, and its library of shows in 2008, and was itself acquired by DHX Media in 2012. Okay, so if they were trying to expand, where is Deke from? Deke Entertainment Corporation, branded as the Incredible World of Deke. Yeah, I know. DIC. Was an international film and television production company that was mostly associated as an animation studio. As a now former division of the Walt Disney Company, Deke produced live-action feature films and licensed numerous anime series. Oh. Okay, so I don't know where the hell it came from then. Deke Audiovisual, which is the one that purchased or did Inspector Gadget, was a French studio. And then Deke Enterprises. So Deke Audiovisual was 1971 to 1987 as a French studio, and Deke Enterprises was 1982 to 1993. Deke Animation City was 85 to 93. Deke Entertainment 93 to 2002. And Deke Productions 94 to 2001. Interesting. I can't actually tell what it is then. Is it like is it still an anime? Because if they're a licensing anime. Because isn't Deke also one that did, I think they did Sailor Moon originally. Filmography. Yeah, you can't tell. Production. There we go. Oh, okay. So in 1981, Inspector Gadget creator Andy Hayward left Hanna-Barbera, which is probably where I recognize that name, because we used to watch a lot of Flintstones and Jetsons. Left Hanna-Barbera and traveled to Paris to work with Deke Audiovisual after being proposed by the company to do so. Okay. As the company wanted entertainment for the United Dates. Hayward combined ideas to originate Inspector Gadget. Many ideas were inspired by Dog Wonder, Get Smart, and the $6 Million Man. Due to concerns that the show would not appeal to girls, Penny was created for the show. Brain was named to conceive the idea that he is smart, while Inspector Gadget is the opposite. Yeah, okay. The Get Smart, fumbling detective sort of idea, I guess. Chaplin, who at the time owned the Deke audiovisual studio, helped develop the format and concept for the rest of the episodes together with Bruno Bianchi, who designed the main characters and served as supervising director. Part of the project's existence was to recoup costs incurred by Deke and Tokyo movie Shinsha when a planned collaboration, a spin-off Lupin III called Lupin 8, was cancelled due to financial disputes with the estate of Arsène Lupin creator Maurice LeBlanc. Okay, so yeah, it's animated by a Japanese studio, but it's a French/North American production. Okay, as Nelvana was no longer part of the production by season 2, the show was written by Deke Studio employees Eleanor. I need a teal. There you go. Oh, that needs to be adjusted a bit. There we go. So due to various recurring elements in the series, the basic plot of each episode was often the same. Yep. The geographic location of each episode differed, and it provided for some variety in the series. The series effectively provided viewers with both comedic and dramatic moments. Despite the censorship standards for American animated series in effect during the 70s and 80s, the series also included elements of slapstick comedy. This was nearly forbidden at the time, but the censorship was less strict for a syndication series. Oh, that's interesting too. Alongside the Care Bears movie, Inspector Gadget was Nelvana's first foray into animation outsourcing. Most of the episodes from the first season were animated in Japan by Tokyo Movie Shinsha, while a few episodes were animated in Taiwan by Cuckoo's Nest Studio before being finished in post-production by Deke and Nelvana. The plot episode Winter Olympics, aka Gadget in Wonderland, was animated by TMS's subsidiary. Okay, so that's going to be Tokyo Movie Shinsha. By TMS's subsidiary Telecom Animation Film, who had a slightly higher budget than the rest of the episodes. The additional production facilities are AIC, Production of Sunrise, and Tote, cool, okay, who helped with the cell paintings process for the TMS animated episodes. Toei is pretty big. That's kind of cool. Okay. I'm going to sew this and then we'll continue the next paragraph here. Now, this is all from the Wikipedia page. If you're not catching something or you want to go read up on it yourself, this is my source. It's insane because it's like, we were always like, at the beginning of my university career, it was like, don't use Wikipedia. And now it's like Wikipedia is totally a valid source. Okay, so Nelvana was not involved with the show's 21 episode second season, for which pre-production was moved to Deke's own Los Angeles-based headquarters. Okay. Animation and post-production was generally done at KK Deke Asia, later Creativity and Development Asia, a Japanese animation house Jean Chaplin co-founded that Deke had some ownership in at the time. Okay, cool. That's all I really wanted to know. So it's an American show outsourced to Japan, which is wild. So it is basically anime. I mean, so, like, if you want to take the pure, this was animated in Japan line, it is anime. It is insane though, just how like which would also be the reason why it like looks and feels the way that it does as well. So that's super cool. That pin is super bent. Just at like the very tip, but it's a very definite, it looks like it got sewn over probably, so boo. All right, this one and the last of the, oh sweet, okay, 4 more bags, mostly because I also ditched that last the Sakura bag, because I was like, why am I sewing this when it's like it's just going to get white top stitching anyway. So we'll finish that one up when we actually move to the white thread. Although I am leaning towards, I think we'll finish just the darker thread bags so that I can then also hopefully move on to some of the reversible drawstring bags before Shindig this weekend. We'll see if that's what happens. Who knows, right? Like no full commitments here, but that's what we're going to try for. Now it's gonna be stuck in my head all day. All right, 4 left. 4 left. 4 left. Three. Ha ha ha. All right, a little bit more caffeine in the system. 3 more to sew. For this portion at least. Hello, how are you today, Jen? I'm just working on getting the zippers installed on the second side of the rest of these bags, and then we're going to move into top stitching them. We just had a deep dive on, or at least a Wikipedia dive on Inspector Gadget, because my brain was like, here, let's hum the Inspector Gadget tune, and then I was like, is this an anime or an American program or what? Turns out it is animated in Japan, and but like a combo, I guess, North American and French production. French production with the eye of expanding into the North American market. There we go. That's the best way to describe it. So, you know, just all over the place right now. Yeah, I'll be at Fibre Shindig this weekend if you're in the Calgary area. That's why we're working on getting this stuff done. Well, and besides the fact that I actually need to restock totes on the website, you know, just small details like that. So absolutely spectacular day here. So we have the windows open. If you hear a little bit more traffic sounds in the back, that's why. Like if it's like plus 15 in October, we're going to take advantage. Plus 14. Because I don't know when the snow's coming. Could be here this weekend. It could be here in a month. Who knows? It is very weird to not have snow yet this time of year, but again, we'll just, I guess, take the good with the bad. Okay, this color of the parasols is just coming together super nice. Really liking the contrast of the blue zipper with the red background, but then being able to pull the red in a little bit more with the red webbing here. Oh yeah, that looks really nice on camera. It's looking really good in person too, but sometimes it's nice to see it on camera as well. So if you're watching this before Shindig or at any time, you can always send me a message if there's anything that you're like, oh my goodness. This mostly applies for in-person events, but if you're like, I really would like that, I'm happy to put stuff aside for folks as well. Just let me know. I will also be at the Crochet Retreat in Calgary on October 26th. And be bringing, I don't know what I'm going to work on in the next week. Something. I'll work on something. Who knows what, but I will. I really want to get those reversible drawstring bags done. I'm hoping that's done for Shindig, however. Actually, we should go in and do a bunch of cake cozies, actually, is what I should do. These extra seam allowances will also be closed up as I actually get these sewn together, because the canvas bottoms still need to be sewn up. So fans, like cosmos, I think I would qualify these florals as. So 2 more to do the second zipper side on. I was very much planning to be on last night, but we've caught our first head cold of the school season. I'm extremely glad we made it 6 weeks without anything happening. But of course, it's always the absolute worst timing. So just kind of try to nurse it over the next couple days and make sure that I don't make it worse. At least to the best of my ability. But I was like putting the kids to bed last night. I was like, oh my goodness, I am tired. So I didn't get downstairs last night. And now I know why I was so tired last night. It's like, oh, a cold. Excellent. I did test for COVID. It was not, at least the rapid test came back negative. So we're going to go with it's negative for now. If it progresses into other symptoms, I will test again. I'll probably test again on Friday anyway, just for safety's sake. And if I have any symptoms, I will be masking on Saturday, because I don't need to pass a cold on to anyone else. I don't want a cold passed on to me. Apparently the kids don't know that yet. No. All right. Get these pinned in. Then we'll lay the other exterior piece over top, and then sew the zip in along with the other set of handles. Then next steps here. Next step is to top stitch everything, which will go quite a bit faster than this because nothing really needs to be installed. Then we'll sew the bottoms together for the canvas, and then the side seams, and then we'll cut and sew the wedges. Those are like, then it's like turn and finish. It is a lot, but it's pretty straightforward after the zipper gets installed and top stitched. It's all very straight lines and simple stuff for these ones anyway. But the pinch point for these tote bags, and every bag has it in a different spot. But the pinch point for these guys is definitely zipper installation. So. All right, what is this, second last, I think? I'm asking you like you know. You don't need to keep track of my bags. Yeah, and on the last one here, we got another carousel bag. Animal carousel, so it's like cats and what is on this carousel? I don't even know. Cats and horses and ostriches and deer. Like house tigers. Would be the best description. It's like a woodland creatures maybe, kind of. Ostriches, I guess, aren't woodland creatures though. So anyway, not just carousel horses. It is a mixed animal carousel. There we go. And I don't mean like centaurs. I mean like there are different kinds of animals on the carousel, including horses. There we go. Okay. Shaka that down a little bit. There we go. Just kind of get everything settled nicely. Now I do pin down this side of the, like the first side of the webbing, just because I find that more accurate to get the other webbing lined up. And just keeps everything like nice and kind of flat for me to work with. Go. I need the piece of pink. And then this is the last one before top stitching. Yay, we've done it. We're just about, we've nearly done it. Let's get this pinned in and sewn, and then we will have done it for sure. Also, our sunflowers bit the dust. I looked out today and they're done. Which is honestly quite impressive that it's like late October, mid-October, and we still had sunflowers going. But they definitely got frosted. They're all like, they had been going droopy but perking up throughout the afternoon, and now they've gone like black. I'm like, okay, so we won't have sunflower seeds from this year, but that's okay. Don't think they were actually the sunflowers I wanted anyway. Like I wanted the like one head, like 10-foot high sunflower. Got some of the fancy ones though, which was kind of cool. And the itty bitties were like, they're just pretty. They're cheery and happy, and they survived the lack of watering in August that killed all our other plants. So we'd been doing so good, and then I did Knit City, and I forgot to water them because of course I was busy with Knit City in Calgary, and Dallas forgot to water them because my husband, because he was busy with the kids all weekend, and they died. Burnt to a crisp, but we had a good run while we were doing them, so. And at least next year Knit City is in September, so my flowers should survive through to September next year. Maybe, who knows? Who knows what'll happen. And the plan is to actually make a pretty epic. Oh no, that totally did not catch. Like anything. That is going to need to be seam ripped. Okay. Let's see if this one's a good one of these guys. These are super cheap seam rippers, and they are typically pretty bad. So we'll see if this one is better than its fellows or not. Yeah, anyway, I think the plan is to kind of, so I am in the basement right now. I'm in a walkout, which is really nice because of the bright light, blah, 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 blah. And we have our upstairs deck above me. And the plan, I think, next year is to actually get a bunch of containers and do like a massive container garden upstairs for flowers. I don't think we're going to do a lot of veggies or anything like that. Probably should. But my commitment level is plants most of the time have to survive on pretty benign negligence. And vegetables are not, I guess, might be where it's at, but not typically. Would eventually like to do tomatoes or something, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. Mostly because I know that tomatoes usually do pretty good as like container gardens, but I'm also not like a huge fan of tomatoes, so that's why I've never grown them for consumption. I like what do I like? I was gonna say for tomatoes, like tomato sauces and stuff like that. So maybe I need to grow some paste tomatoes or something. That might be good. All right, this is just gonna take a minute to actually take out this the seam here. Usually I don't seam rip this close to a show, but it's also shindig, so we'll do it. What I mean by that is like Knit City, I don't normally pick stuff out because it's like, all right, well, okay, I was better about it this year, but typically if I'm in show prep and like full show rush, I'm not picking stuff out. I don't know why I'm picking this out, to be honest, but it's okay. I'm also at the point where I'm not trying to like kill myself for shows right now, so. And I'm trying to work down the whips that have been cut for the last little bit, or 2 years or more. We're not going to discuss how old some of these whips are. I know this is extremely riveting content. Just so you know, a sewist's best friend is a seam ripper usually. First best friend, sewing machine. Second best friend, seam ripper. Seam ripping is the bane of my existence, though. But it does need to be taken out because I don't want it showing on the other side when we sew this back down. So here we are, seam ripping, even though this really isn't technically a seam, it's just a stitching line. So I guess it's stitch line picking. It's also tough because like the fabric is dark, the thread is black, and then but I have to, it's easier to pick it from the front than the back because the interfacing interferes with like I'll keep snagging the interfacing if I pick it from the back. So here we are, stuck between a rock and a hard place of stitch line picking. No, apparently we're popcorn. Okay. Alright, now we're going to pick it out from the back here because I've done enough picking on the front where the bobbin thread has actually been released, or the top thread has been released from the bobbin thread. So it makes it easier to pick it from this side. And then we'll figure out what exactly is happening with the rest of this thread on the front. I think it's at a point where I can just kind of, yeah, there we go. The only place left is this webbing because, of course, it is double stitched. And Caroline just texted me and I should text her back. Riveting. Ugh. Okay, a few more stitches. There we go. Done. Fixed. Ready. Ha. Okay. No harm, no foul, mostly. I do wonder though, that was... Ugh, it did get torn there. Okay, so we'll shuffle it up and we'll deal with it afterwards. I am going to flip it. Make sure that I'm below that line. I'm actually going to stitch it from the back side. Usually I stitch it from the front because it's easier to like line everything up by feeling the teeth on top, but this time, not so much. All right, that's done. Now let's text Caroline back because that was kind of time sensitive. Not kind of, it is time sensitive. Okay. She'll probably respond in a minute, so we'll just keep an eye on that chat. I'm going to clear up the clips that are here, and we're going to move the pins out of the way so I don't knock the pin bin over. Okay, what do I need in here? I do not need the ruler anymore. Don't need the pinking shears right away, so we're going to pop them in the drawer here. Do you want the shears themselves? Don't need the pen, and I don't need the marked ruler yet. Okay, and then just clear this off as an actual notification, and then when she texts back, I will have it. Okay, now, oh shoot, I do need the pin bin. Never mind. There's like pins holding all these freaking handles in place, so I don't know why I was like, oh, I can get rid of the pin bin. No, you can't. Cool your jets. Okay. Now, I think where we're at, we are going to end up trimming all of these interiors, maybe? I didn't know. Let's find out if I have to. No, we're good. We're good. Okay, we are going to pull pins, and we are going to top stitch right away because, again, as much as it's not really time efficient, my brain is like, nope, do it. Do it. Get it done. Just logistics here of trying to get some stuff figured out because we're going to have a pop-up in the middle of November. All right, top stitch the totes, top stitch the totes. This is, the top stitch is somewhat aesthetic, but it is actually for these bags to help hold the lining and the exterior and the webbing out of the zipper. At least that's the intention. I'll have to test this one because I don't know if I accomplished that or not. I'll definitely accomplish it on this side because, you know, second time's the charm, but okay, and I've got my next bobbin wound as well, which is good. Okay, pop that underneath, and then what I need to do is I need to like have the lining out of here as well. Yes, this is typically a little bit easier when you no. Apparently I might, oh, nope, never mind. The top thread got pulled out of the needle for somehow. Okay, cool. That is a sarcastic cool. Not cool at all, but you know, you know. Alright, first one down, next to go. Wonder actually if it would be easier just to trim, the like interior line, the lining piece or not. Nah, we're fine. It'll all be fine. I can make it work. Alrighty, fans are next. And like I said, this honestly for these guys is the tedious part for the tote bags. So once this is done, it's like zip, zip, and some trims, and a few more zips, and we're done. So again, it's kind of like Sleeve Island. Every project kind of has its like boring section. As much as I hate that, I do love the fabrics, and this is a good way to like preview the fabrics if there's anything you've been looking for. So that's nice. But as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I am a product person, maker, not a process person. I don't hate the process, but my goodness, am I ever glad when like it's done. And I have the thing I was trying to make. So same as with when I'm doing my knitting or crochet or whatever. Not that I crochet much, but should actually go grab a snack. I'm gonna work until 2, and then yeah, it'll still be snack time. And then come back down and we'll try to crush the rest of these before I need to go pick up my kiddos. Or end up falling asleep for a nap. Goals for the day. Next time I will definitely be cutting the interior as well, just because it will make it easier doing all of this work. But for this round, we'll try to avoid it as best we can, at least. Oh, I just realized I was going to do fish and chips tonight, but we don't really have a lot of chips. as in like French fries. I guess that's something I could go to the grocery store for. So what I'm really craving is like fish with the tartar sauce, and then the peas, which I usually make with them, for veggie with like Caesar dressing. Yum, 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 yum. Actually, that would be a really good snack too, because it's got a fair bit of protein in it. Should be good right now. So I'm doing right now, if you're unfamiliar with it, by pushing these pieces through, I'm doing what's called chain piecing. It's a little hack, it's a big hack I learned when I was still kind of interested in doing quilts, which means that, and so the chain piecing is literally what it sounds like. You piece them all together in a chain. It helps reduce thread wastage and then typically work as well, because now all I have to do is go in between and trim them at the end, rather than having like long threads on the top stitching that I have to like trim off of every single one. So the main thing is thread usage. It reduces it drastically. And then I find that I think I find that it's faster. Definitely sets me up in a production mode of like, this is what we're doing right now, just top stitching. Top stitch, all the things. And usually when I'm in batch production for shows and stuff like that, I'm doing multiple bags of tops, like at the top stitching stage at the same time. But this year I did a little bit different method where I ended up doing all of the cutting in like March, basically, for the year. We're still working through a lot of that. And then I decided that I was just going to sew a specific bag at a specific time. I don't know if it worked better. It definitely didn't provide me with as much variety, but I also don't know if that was just like a time restriction thing, because like I would have loved to have had more totes for Knit City in August, but I ran out of time. Now if Knit City had been in September like it normally is in Vancouver, I would have been able to have a like a whole tote bag assembly line done. You know, live and learn. I don't know. I don't know if I'll do anything different next year. And if I do, what it will be like. Will I just cut a few in each bag? Like, basically, I ended up choosing like 100 different fabrics. And so that's what we've been working through, is these 100 fabrics since. And why I did it that way is because I had an absolutely insane April of shows, in that like there was 3 shows in 4 weeks. With a 1 week where I wasn't at a show, thank goodness. But it's just like, do I do it again? And if I do, how am I going to do it? Maybe select fewer fabrics. Maybe select like 25 or 30. Don't know yet. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. It's just the spiral while I'm trying to keep myself engaged with work right now. Because all I want to do is go sleep. Sunday, I'm going to do a special order, and I've got some like super secret ones to sew. Kiddos will be home, so I don't stream on Sundays anyway. And then Monday is a free and clear day again. If I'm feeling better, I'll go for a swim and weights. That's like the gym. That's all I'll really do there. And by weights, I mean strength training. And then I'll be back to sew up a storm, hopefully. Hopefully with a little bit more motivation. Who knows? It's, I I thought last year was a bit of an anomaly post Knit City Vancouver in that I like basically ended up having to take a month off to just like recover. But I think the whole thing was it was the same this year. September was a complete shambles. Even though we've been on this schedule before, it's like kids are in school Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And they've got gymnastics on Thursday, and that's it. Like, there's not much going on. But it threw me for a loop this year for whatever reason. And I think it's actually mostly Knit City recovery. So I got to remember that as just like, well, although if everything goes well, I won't have a slow period next year either. So, because there hasn't really been a slow period this year, which has been awesome. I love it. But apparently my brain is like, oh, okay, so we need to have a discussion about this. It's like, okay, why? It's all good though. This is the last of this bright polar bear fabric. Actually, I think I might have a gyoza bag cut waiting for me, but it's the last of it in tote bag form. Super cute. It's a little like comic book panels or comic panels of a polar bear making penguin in pancakes. I did it at one time have it in like 3 different colorways, and this is the last of the bright colorway for sure. I think there's pastel and monochrome version available on the website right now as a small box bag. Now, if you're a knitter or crocheter and you're like, what are these sizes? And if you've heard these before, I do apologize. If you're new to this, though, this is kind of the rundown. The triangle pouch is the smallest. It's like a 1 skein bag for fingering weight. So what you can do is you can cake up your fingering weight and it goes in the bag. This little triangle pouch. And the idea behind that one is that you can like hook a carabiner into the ribbon and hook it onto another bag, or you can add a wristlet on, which I do also have available in person. I don't have available online because I got mostly cleared out at Omatsuri, and just keeping track of the stock is a little bit intense on the smaller things. But that was the idea. And then there is the small box bag, which is good for about 300 grams of fingering weight yarn, so like a 3-color shawl. Then the large box bag is good for like the early stages at minimum, if not the whole sweater. I've knit like a full worsted weight sweater out of that, up to the sleeves out of that bag, raglan. And that's a 42-inch, 44-inch bust. I'm pretty sure that was my husband's sweater. And then there is these guys, which are the tote bags, which are good for like the big chunky knits, the big chunky yarns, blankets. You can fit one of the Red Heart Pound-a-Loves in here along the bottom, all of that. The Kato, which are the drawstring bags with pockets on the interior, are good for about 300 to 500 grams of DK weight yarn. So that kind of hopefully gives you a rundown on what you're looking at when you're looking on the website. And then there is a few things that are more gauged towards everyone starting now, like handbags and bags for travel and stuff like that. So you can always let me know if you have any questions, either on the chat or like by sending me an email or whatever you need to do. Happy to try to help at least. Oh, and the knot bags are good for like 2 cakes of worsted weight yarn. I think there's still some in there that are on sale as well. What did I say, 2 for a snack? Yeah, that'd be good. I'm hungry. Hungry. Yum, yum. Alright, so that's Shiba Inu, and this one as well is Shiba Inu with vintage like signs and beer and trucks and bikes and phone booths. A couple different colorways of it, and that is like both the background and then the details on it are different colors as well. The truck is like navy across all, but like, well, yeah, navy and red. Then the bike changes color and the phone changes color. It's not like insane amount of changes, but definitely not all the same. Japan seems to do a really good job of like matching colors up that. Like aesthetically here, I would never buy in North America typically, but I think they just have a better, or they just have a different sense of color composition than we do too. Here in Canada, at least. North America might be the better, just like Canada and the US. Because I think Mexico's got a much more vibrant and different color aesthetic than Canada or the US as well. So, and I guess it depends on like what areas you're into. Oh, come on. Why are you freaking out about that? My machine. Keep going. Okay, we're all good. There's no like nesting or anything, but yeah, it was like, I am going to hesitate sewing over this section, and I didn't know why. Oh well. There we go. Okay. All right, snack time. So I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes-ish, just after 2. We still have a massive stack of bags to go, so I'll be here for a while. If you want to keep joining me, excellent opportunity to go get a drink or whatever you need as well. All right, we're back. I had a snack. We have brewed some coffee, and we're gonna put our heads back down and do it. How many do we have left? We got 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be more than I want, probably. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, you disappeared into the abyss under the sewing machine. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh, okay, that's actually less than I thought. I thought I was still I thought I had 36 left or something like that. 24 is not bad. Completely achievable and totally possible to expect that we'll get these all top stitched today. I probably will call it at that point once we've got them all top stitched. And I'll see how I feel tonight. If I'm still I'm still pretty snuffly and gross, so I should probably go to bed tonight on time and try and get this cold kicked before the weekend. But 24 is totally achievable today. If you're crafting right now, I'd love to hear what you're working on. Woo! Flynn, you okay? Yeah, just embarrassed. So I've changed their, okay, no, we're good. Cat tree around and stuff like that. And there's a gap now between the kids. No, we are not good. Between the kids' desks, and he just tried to jump down on one and was like, oh, and fell in between instead. He is he's an orange boy, so this is unsurprising. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, because we actually got quite a bit done before I went upstairs for a snack. Okay, sweet. Good to know. Probably actually the 12 bags right there. Or damn close at least. As I was mentioning earlier in the stream, this is kind of installing the zippers on these is kind of the most tedious part / the pinch zone of this takes a while. Every bag has it, and this is the tote one, because as soon as this is done, literally sew up the side seams, bottom of the canvas, side seams, we wedge them, and then we finish the wedges, and we're done. Well, turn and finish, I guess, but yeah, no, close enough. So I'll try and work on them tomorrow with the kiddos home, depending on the weather. I want to take advantage of the weather being as nice as it is for as long as I can. I do have a long run tomorrow. I've got an hour-long run tomorrow. If this doesn't get worse overnight. If this gets worse overnight, I'll probably still go for the run, but I'll go for a very, very, very light jog, or maybe even a walk. Kids aren't sick, so maybe I'll drop them off with my mother-in-law after gymnastics and be like, I need to go for my run. That might be the best option. Today was supposed to be a swimming and weightlift day, but honestly, it is a day off, so it's fine. But with the whole point of the run training program right now more being cross train based. I'm like, damn it, I want to cross train. Although I'm also getting to the point where it's like I don't miss running. I miss it when I am not doing it right now. So I'm like, okay, that's part of what the off season was all about, was like missing the running. So here we are, missing the running. I'm excited to get back to actually doing distance work some days. And if it's not a super brutal winter, being able to do it outside, it's going to be like a really nice like addition. To get myself some compression sleeves. So instead of having to do like a long sleeve shirt, I can do like a tank, and there'll be a gap up here by the bicep, between like the top of the bicep and the delts, which is the top of the top of the shoulder. And then it's like if I warm up too much during the run, I can just strip the arm things off, and it'll become like, I think that'll be really nice. So instead of always having to do a long sleeve shirt. Now that's going to only really work for like a specific sort of day, but it would have been nice in Calgary last year with the freaking rain that ended up happening. So annoying. Because it was like rain and wind, and not having that like pelting on my skin would have been extremely nice. So that's where they're at. However, when we started Calgary last year, it was glorious, and then it got shitty like about halfway through. So I don't know, or like not even halfway through, like 15K out of 21K, and it's like, what? Why? You were gorgeous outside. Gorgeous. But, oh well. Dallas, I've changed my whole training trajectory for next year. So Dallas just signed me up for Calgary Marathon, and I'm like, oh. So we're going to keep a countdown for Calgary Marathon at the bottom. 220 days right now. Training starts in like, I think, mid-January? End of January? Something like that. It's a whiles away. But I was telling him that they better have a fucking good medal this year. And there is a method to the madness. I want to run Kyoto, but my last time was 6:45, and I'm aiming for a 5:30 in Calgary because that is the last pace group in Calgary. It's part of it. And on top of that, it's like I wanted the 2 training cycles, like 2 full marathon training cycles before Kyoto, because this one should get me to 5:30, given everything else I've been working on this year. And then the second one should get me hopefully even closer to 5 hours, because that is the eventual goal. I want a 5-hour marathon. That is the goal. I'm not going past that. I'm not trying to qualify for Boston or anything like that, but 5 hours gives me a nice big cushion to basically be able to do any other marathon I want to do outside the world majors. So, that is the goal right now. 5:30 in Calgary will be really nice though. And I was originally going to do Victoria for multiple reasons, given that I don't want to be doing a massive training cycle when the kids tend to bring things home. But we really, really looked at the Victoria Marathon course, and it's hilly AF. Like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And it would give me 0 recovery time between training blocks. So that was the main reason to switch to Calgary. And then the decision was like, okay, well then I'll go run Victoria half, because that keeps you out of most of those hills. It's the same weekend. It fits into the schedule. All of these super awesome like reasonings. And then I was I am super sorry. I don't know when the mic actually got turned off, but apparently it got turned off. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. I just wanted to finish my coffee and, like I said, have that bit of a brain break because, whew, boy. Anyway, we are at the point where we can now sew the bottoms of the bags together. Yay! Which just means I need to dig them out of the bottom here, or out from behind the machine, but you know. Yeah, actually, so we're going to sew bottoms together, and then depending on where we're at after that, I will install the zippers at the zipper pulls. That's what that means. And then we'll go from there. I just realized that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, installing the zipper pulls after we sew the bottoms together makes more sense, I think. Simply because then it's like easier to hold them together. And I'm not like accidentally pulling the zipper pull off while I'm sewing everything. So this is what ends up happening now after the chain piecing is done, is everything gets cut apart. And we go on our merry way for the next step. And yes, we will be chain piecing the bottoms together as well. I'm going to turn the stitch length down back to its construction length instead of the top stitching length. Again, the top stitching is mostly aesthetic, although there is benefits to it in the fact that it will apparently that caught it on the sides. Is that going to be something I can fix? Looks like it. Okay, good. Alright, if you were watching earlier, I am sorry. I don't know what happened to the mic. I think one of the times that Flynn stepped on the computer muted the mic, and I don't know how long it was actually muted for, so if you go back to watch this later, I do apologize for that in advance. Ugh. Tech is awesome until your cats mess with it, so he was all like on the desk being like, I'm here, love me, and I'm like, I'm sewing, buddy. I can't love you right now, at least. Although we did do some of that, and then he was stepping on the computer like, hey, this is warm. And I'm like, no. I thought he was actually going to turn the stream off, which would have been even more disastrous. Although I don't know if that or losing the mic is more disastrous. Cats some days. Love them. And I wish he was not on a communal brain cell. A shared brain cell. Although today I definitely feel like I'm on the shared brain cell too. Holy. There's definitely some like head cold brain fog happening right now. All right. So sew the canvas bottoms together and then do the zipper pulls. Sew the canvas bottoms together and then do the zipper pulls. I can do that. What? Ooh, that was not a happy bag. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through and redo that one. It's top stitching. Oh yeah, interesting. Okay. Now, as long as I didn't carry through any of the other bags, we're good. But we'll see here in a second. So the year is shaping up quite busy already for next year, but as a heads up, the calendar of events is more or less updated right now. Obviously, there's a few confirmations I still need to get. There's a few shows I'm still going to apply for. I mentioned earlier in the stream that I really want to do Vibrations out in Victoria, but their applications don't go live till January, so we'll find out. I'm also going to be applying for Otafest. Again, that one is highly competitive. So I feel like there is a very slim chance of me getting into it, but I'm going to apply anyway. So yeah, there's going to be more additions than subtractions from the list, which is nice. But yeah, there's like a sketch out of next year already on the event calendar of events, whatever you want to call it, which is exciting. Busy year. Again. Like stuff like, well, obviously, so fall, spring shindig hasn't even happened yet. So I don't know the dates for spring shindig, that sort of stuff too. So we'll see what happens. Oh, I guess we got this other pile on the chair to trim up too. Never mind. I'm going to be working until about 4:30, so just under an hour left. So I have some time to kind of transition into mama mode out of work mode. And maybe actually throw my air fryer on so that I can do some fish and chips cooking. Or at least part of the... No, actually that's gross. Fish and chips is gross when it gets cold, so never mind. I'm like, no. Never mind. Just the mental transition into mom mode instead of work mode. Energy shift, I guess. All right, just about done clipping these apart. We will go in and finish that stray cat bag because, well, it's like one line of top stitching, so not a big deal. Trim apart. Okay, last one. Trim apart. Done. All right, let's get this one. Of course, it's the harder side. I always count the harder side as the side going towards the closed end of the zipper versus the open end of the zipper, but that's okay. The hard side. It's not like, yeah. Not like it's super difficult, just more difficult than sewing away from the closed end. Alrighty, now we get to do the fun part. Oh, the fun might be in quotation marks. We get to do the next part, which is sewing all of these bases together. Bases. One thing I am going to do is I'm going to match up the... Actually, yeah, so we're going to grab some clips for this, I guess. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I keep... It's like this cable is like... I refuse. Actually, you know what? While I'm popping it back in, we're going to flip it so I can put it on the other side, and that will pop. There, that should help. Good Lord. Okay, let's get these clips. What I'm doing is I'm going to clip together the upper portion of the canvas, because if it is crooked, we want it matching on the bag, not the base. I can make up space on the base. Well, now that I think of that, that might not be the way to do it, because I've got to make sure that these... Okay, so this is what we're going to do as well. We've got to do this anyway, is fold the zipper in, because that helps it not pucker at the ends as much. And like the next thing that we're going to be doing is the like side seams. So let's make sure that that is going to be... Everything should be even. But you know, just in case it's not. And then, yeah, we're good. Okay. Sweet. And that will just be a double insurance for holding everything together. I guess, you know what? We're just going to clip these. It's like, I'm going to sew more. No, we're just going to clip these again. Okay. Great big handfuls of clips here. Because for whatever reason, taking them off the desk instead of having to reach into the bin every time is faster in my brain. So, it gives me the right brain scratches, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna open this up this direction. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to clip the zipper first, like this. There we go. And now it's like clipped or going the right direction so that it just, I can't remember where I even learned this from. Again, it was one of those like tips, and I've been using it since nearly day one. I'll clip it on this side as well. And it's just like, if you're doing a wedge bag, your zipper teeth should go into the wedge bag, and that will help it be, it won't like pucker on the ends as much or something like that. I can't remember. I don't even remember what it was for. All right. And then we'll match these up as best as we can. Because here's the thing. I don't need puckers in between these two fabrics either. But we really do want that canvas line to like match up as best as we can. Yay. Okay. 1, 2. More prep work. Prep work, prep work, prep work, prep work. Then we get to do the sewing. At some points around all the prep work, prep work, prep work, prep work, prep work, we will do all of the prep work. Prep work, prep work, prep work, prep work. We gotta do the prep work, then we get to do the sewing. Do. Actually, that might have been missed in the muted mic. Anyway, after my kids are like done singing either like the alphabet or whatever song they're singing, made up, not made up, like Tote or whatever, and then they finish the song and they go doo. Cuties. Okay. There's that one. This is actually an argument to sew these together before we put the zipper on, so I will probably do that next time, because I was just realizing that would take away a lot of this like potential for buckling between the zipper and the canvas space. But live and learn. This is a new production type, so let's see what happens. I thought I would be sewing right now, but we're not. We're just gonna go through and clip all of these, which is also good. It'll need to be done. Doesn't really matter. It still needs to be done at some point. So here we are. It's at some point. So what I'm doing right now is just making sure that the zipper is nice and going to get set nicely. Because the next couple steps are exterior and interior assembly, meaning that we are going to sew together the bottoms of the canvas, and we'll also be sewing the side seams. So what I'm doing right now is I'm lining up this very horizontal line of the canvas to hopefully maintain its match when we actually sew everything together. I don't know if that's what's going to work or not, but we're going to try. We'll try. That's all we can do. We also need to put on zipper pulls, actually. So we'll do all the ones that are closed zipper right now, and then we're calling it. So yeah, I just realized I need to do all the zipper pulls. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. yeah, last week just ended up being completely like toast for doing any kind of like work. I'm like, what the hell? Why? I need a few hours. But it just didn't work. So like not really a big deal, but kind of annoying. Usually I do get a few hours of work when Dallas is home, but not last week. Whew, okay. Definitely need to drink some water because the coffee is hitting me hard today. It's like, you need to pee again. So we're going to go up and pee here as soon as I get this clip in. I will be gone for a few minutes, and then I will be back to wrap up on a little bit more of this before we end for the actual day. So give me like 5 minutes again. Alright, I have returned. We will wrap up on what we can here in the next like half hour-ish. And yeah, I'm really tempted to just come and wrap up the actual stream because I just hit my wall. Do you know what? I think that might be the better option. I know I said 4:30, but I am going to go have a nap, and that will make me be more present for my kiddos when they get home too, hopefully. So, alright, we will clip this one, and then I'm going to bid adieu or matinee. If the good nap goes well, I will come back on tonight. Well, there's got to be multiple things for that to happen. Kids have to go to bed at a good time, and I have to have the energy to come back down, but that will be the goal tonight, is to come back down and do a little bit of work here. But yeah, for now, I need to go have a nap, so I will chat with you all really soon. If I'm not on tonight, I will be on Friday, because that will be wrap-up day for all of the Shindig prep. So we have a fantastic day whenever you are, or morning or afternoon, whatever. And I'll chat with you all hopefully tonight, and if not, on Friday. Bye.